All right, we will call the May 8th, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting to order. That's okay, Director Gray. Clerk, will you call the roll for us, please?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales. Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
Commissioner DeLue.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
You have 8 present.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time will be displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment? Mary, this is the only time we have public comment.
Well, during my housing presentation, these folks are going to make a brief comment on how the housing services help them.
If they can do it now, that'd be awesome.
You don't have them all do it now?
Yeah,
Okay. Well,
Thank
can I
you.
introduce what they're going to talk about?
absolutely.
Okay.
I love your dress too, by the way.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, I am giving my housing presentation tonight, but you hear from me a lot. So I thought it would be really beneficial if you heard from people that we served. So I have several of them in the audience. So they are going to come up, and I told them they had 2 minutes, but you're going to tell them they have 3 minutes. So better yet, 3 minutes to say how the millage money that was allocated to the agency really went down and helped the person. So do you want to start? Come right here. Okay.
My name is Jeff Welker. I'm Jeff. I'm over here. All right, I'll do that too. Thank you. My name's Jeff Welker. I've lived in Kalamazoo County all my life. I currently live in the city of Portage. And I've used the millage to get things done in my house that I didn't have money to do. But without that money, my house would be in pretty rough shape. I've had a new roof, middle metal roof put on. I've had insulation done in the attic and in the walls. It's been very helpful. It saved me money on electricity. It's been very useful for me. Hopefully I can continue to do that.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Jeff is joined by Tina Perry, the rehab specialist for the city of Portage. She is doing a great job with our rehab dollars, leveraging them up with CDBG. And she just won a My Neighborhood grant for over $400,000 to continue the rehab, which is going to absolutely be critical from the events last night. So my hat's off to Tina Perry and all the good work she's doing in the city of Portage. Did you want to speak?
Okay, Tina Perry, City of Portage. I can't thank you enough for the housing millage money that's helped us more than triple the number of projects we've been able to do for the city of Portage. It's amazing to have wonderful people like Jeff and so many more that have emergencies that can be corrected, roofing situations, electrical needs are so big now with a lot more needs within households, a lot more computers and things of that nature. And it's truly rewarding to help a family, to train them how to get bids and get work done in their home, that not only through my program, our programs, that maybe they can continue to do work on their own in a more comfortable, fashion, having gone through it with us. So I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tina.
Trayvon, would you like to come up with your coach from KNHS?
Yeah.
This is Trayvon Hobson, and he was helped with money that was allocated to KNHS. So welcome.
Hey, how everybody doing? I am Trayvon Hobson. I'm a teacher at Covenant Academy, also a single dad, single father, and a published author. I put out 3 or 4 books. So I'm trying to break generational curses in my family because no one is a homeowner, no one's owning land and property. So I was trying to do that for my child. And it was very hard on a teacher's salary and coming up with deposits and things of that nature. So I was started working with April, and I appreciate all her patience because I wasn't the most easy person to work with. But I had this feeling that programs like KNHS were only going to help single mothers, not single fathers. So I kind of got frustrated and started to give up. But she was patient with me, and the whole staff was really patient and helpful with me. And because of the $15,000 I was able to get to put a deposit down on my house, I now am a homeowner. My daughter's happy. We got yards and land, and I can have something to pass down to my kids. So it's very beneficial for me to try to change the paradigm of what my family was going through and just, create something that I can have to leave for my kids. And I would not have been able to do that without KNHS. It would have not been smooth. Let me say that. It would have been a real rough road to go on, but they definitely made it a lot smoother, and I'm so grateful because of that. And I'm just thankful to have a house. That's it.
Thank you, Trayvon.
Did you want to speak? Either one? Oh, sure.
Hi there, my name is April. I'm the Homeownership Center Director at KNHS and also do coaching. So yeah, like Trayvon said, he was kind of frustrated, but he's diligently worked the plan, worked the process over 2.5 years. Continued to build credit, to build savings, and continue to look in the market, the traditional market, but he just couldn't find, that special home that would meet his affordability, that would meet the needs for his family. So he was able to, after continuing to work for about 5 months, after he started actively looking for a home, he was able to join our lease purchase program and become a homeowner that way. So he moved into his home, and then shortly after was able to purchase his home. And so now he's working in our post-purchase program. So yeah, so we're very thankful for the down payment assistance he was able to get. So thank you.
Thank you, April.
So my hat's off to April. She wants every dollar in your wallet to be assigned a job. So if you can all get out your wallets right now, and she will teach you how to make every dollar work. And she keeps on, folks. You know what? 2 years is a long time, and she will stay with you for the long haul, and she is committed to success. So she has helped so many people. So I do want to give a shout out to you, and she will teach you, if anyone needs help, how to make every dollar work. Thank you so much. The next group we have here is the YWCA. Andrea and Adrienne, if you would come up.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for YWCA Kalamazoo. Today, I'm coming before this body to thank you for your support of YWCA Kalamazoo's Housing Stability Project through a $75,000 grant award from the Kalamazoo County Housing Village. As a trusted organization here in Kalamazoo, YWCA Kalamazoo is often on the front lines of service provision for our community, supporting and advocating for the safety and well-being of survivors of gender-based violence and meeting their needs in moments of crisis. Every day we see firsthand the critical difference that life-saving supports make in the lives of those we serve, and of increasing importance has been the need for permanent, transitional, and supportive housing for those seeking to leave an abusive partner and begin their journey towards a life free from violence. The intersections of domestic violence, homelessness, and housing insecurity are undeniable. Barriers to housing can be exacerbated by housing or shelter systems that do not address their unique safety and confidentiality needs, discrimination and accessing and maintaining housing, and lack of financial means. It is therefore essential to invest in comprehensive and flexible housing strategies to support survivors and their families. And this investment, and through this investment, Kalamazoo County and the YW have taken a large stride towards that goal. The funding provided by the Kalamazoo County Housing Village to the YWCA's Housing Stability Project will provide clients direct assistance to those in our community disproportionately affected by violence, sexism, racism, and poverty. Funds have and will continue to keep survivors housed where financial abuse and coercion are present and filling an essential gap. And in 2023, over 95 individuals found support through our housing program. And with this funding provided by the millage, we aim to maintain that number of families supported by those services. YWCA Kalamazoo thanks the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners and the Kalamazoo County Housing Department for funding the amount of $75,000 the YWCA's Housing Stability Project and their continued leadership and support to the health and well-being of county residents. We look forward to continuing our mission of eliminating racism and empowering women with these life-saving services funded today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Studge, and I'm a victim advocate over at the YWCA Kalamazoo. Thank you for inviting me here today to share about how the Kalamazoo Millage Program has benefited the clients of the YWCA Victim Services and the YWCA WISH program. The millage funding has been a wonderful lifeline to safety and stability for survivors of intimate partner violence. The two main tools to end intimate partner violence are support and housing. The millage was able to keep survivors housed where financial abuse and coercion may be present. It has assisted in removing financial barriers to obtaining and maintaining housing. This is critical in preventing evictions. Having a direct line to the housing millage has allowed the YWCA to directly impact the statistic that 90% of women who are unhoused have experienced intimate partner violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. This funding has been a game changer that gives victims hope. The cycle of violence ends and flourishing begins. Thank you all for the funding that the YWCA has received. We appreciate your generosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea and Adrian.
Next, I'd like to call up Katie McPherson, who is representing Building Blocks, and is going to talk about the work that they've done on the north side.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Katie McPherson. I'm the Executive Director of Building Blocks of Kalamazoo. We are a small local nonprofit that work in the central city neighborhoods of Kalamazoo. Our mission is to empower resident groups. We work to build connections and relationships and respond to goals that residents set for their blocks, both beautification, safety, and housing. In 2022, your commission awarded us $15,000. This $15,000. This allowed us to pilot a new program to address more critical repairs on the blocks. We were able to do this through a resident nomination process. So residents that were already working together to plant flowers and install solar lights and get Ring cameras were now able to nominate their neighbors for projects for porch safety, for inefficient windows, for door frames that had been compromised. We were able, with the money, to provide that support through a partnership with Habitat for Humanity on 11 homes in the north side. We appreciate you taking a chance on Building Blocks to fund this creative initiative, because now this is something that is piloted in 5 other neighborhoods. It started in the north side, and now we are going to be able to do it in the other neighborhoods as well. So we thank you so much for your belief in and trust in our work, and we hope to continue this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Chair, next I'd like to call up Chris and Caitlin from Community Homeworks. I brought them here on behalf of John Gisler because I know he is a huge fan of their work as well as the rest of the board. And so some of their clients were too scared to be up in front of everyone. So you're going to have to hear from the leadership, of which I know that you are just as happy with. So welcome.
Sure. Okay. Good to see you all again. Good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine today after kind of a rough day in our community yesterday. We wanted to just take a minute to share how systemically how the impact of Housing for All millage is really impacting the work that we do in homeowner retention and rehab in our community. In one big way, recently in the last year, the HUD funding that's executed through the community through CDBG grants has kind of recalibrated how they fund that work. And so now it's prioritized only in 6 core areas of the city of Kalamazoo. And so one change that causes is that there are 22 neighborhoods in the city of Kalamazoo, and there would be quite a few instances where those other, 16 neighborhoods where effectively you might be 1 block away. And you unfortunately can't access services like a new furnace in the middle of January. And so it coincided very well with the timing of the Housing for All millage with us. And so there's 3 examples I just wanted to share of homeowners who specifically were within a block or 2 away from being able to receive help, but otherwise would have had nowhere else to go. We had a senior who is desperately trying to stay independent in her home, in her mid to late 80s, and just wasn't able to get in and out of her bathtub. We were able to provide an accessible bathtub to access, and so she could stay in her home. We had a mother with 5 kids who had no hot water heater for a really long extended period of time. Again, 1 block away from where they would have been eligible with CDBG funds. We also had a person who had a no heat situation in the middle of our coldest months this year. Same deal. You go down every single grant that we offer, just for whatever reason wouldn't have been eligible, but as a human being needs heat in their home. So those are just 3 examples of people who were within a block or 2 away from receiving help from CDBG funds that Housing for All millage made possible.
There's 2 other homes that I want to highlight. So thank you, first of all. With the Housing for All millage, we were able to expand from only working within the city limits of Kalamazoo to countywide. So 2 homes that I want to highlight were both in the Comstock area, which were homes that we would not have been able to serve without this funding. One was a expectant mother in Comstock, as I mentioned. We replaced her furnace and she had some necessary electrical repairs, just unsafe electrical. We were able to come in and get that taken care of for her. And the second was a senior who wanted to continue living independently on their own. Again, in the Comstock area, there wouldn't have been a resource, but we were able to come in and assist with just some like grab bars around her area, just homes or repairs that made her home more accessible so that she could continue living on her own. So I just want to echo what Chris said. Thank you so much for partnering with us and kind of piloting this, because going countywide was something that we have been wanting to do for a while. And so to see it come into fruition and having your trust with us, it really means a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Caitlin.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is all I have for comments on housing, so you can continue public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Balkema. All right, are there any other members of the public who wish to make comments at this time? All right, seeing none in person. Dina, do we have anyone online?
Chair,
No?
we do not have anyone online.
All right, so now we will move down to the introduction of the DEI coordinator by Director Gray.
Oh, yeah, very good. Good evening, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair. Chair Pro Temp is not here. Good evening, citizens and neighbors. I'd like to introduce to you our new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator, Mara Hazen.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. Just wanted to get my face out there and say I'm honored to be working for Kalamazoo County. I'm excited about the work I'm going to be doing with Alvin. And yeah, just a local to Kalamazoo County. I spent a little bit outside of it in Kansas City, but there's just something special here. Drew me back. So I'm really excited to be here.
Thank
We're
you all for your time.
excited to have you. Thank you. All right, so next up we have interviews for the Public Housing Commission. It looks like only one of them are confirmed. Is Patrice on Zoom or will she be in person? I don't see her in person.
Chair, she's supposed to be in person.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't see her in person. Did we hear back from the other applicant, Dina?
Chair, we did not.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dina. If you could follow up with them and maybe get it rescheduled for the next meeting, that'd be awesome. Thank you. All right, so Director Balkman, you are back up.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and the Board of Commissioners. My name is Mary Balkema, and I am your Housing Director. And in front of you, you have this year's annual report, Building Momentum with our Homes for All millage dollars. Given the severity of the storm last evening and the folks that are struggling with housing, I will make it brief. I know many of you have worked all night and have assisted those, and so we appreciate your time and your energy, and we know that you are flat out exhausted. So I'd also like to recognize the other housing staff person, Willa D. Toronto, who's in the audience, who's worked really hard on this annual report. We have stories about real people, how the housing millage has assisted them. On page 5, there's a story about Blaze Bolding, and she's trying to get here from Portage, but she's stuck in traffic. But she just has a really good story how she was born and raised in Edison. She went to college in the Kalamazoo Promise. She came back here. There was no housing. She works at Pfizer, and she was able to get a house on Oakland Drive in Portage. So she is attempting to come here, but there's issues in Portage getting anywhere fast. And so I did want to highlight that. So when she walks in, she could be recognized. I have a PowerPoint that I want to show you. It's just a few slides. Next, please. To remind you of our millage goals that you set a couple of years ago: increase rental opportunities, ensure housing supply is built to meet demand, remove barriers to acquiring and keeping homes, rehab existing housing stock, embrace housing as a workforce development strategy, and increase and coordinate public supportive services. Next. The W.E. Upjohn study that you commissioned and paid $30,000 for, this study suggested that there's 77,750 total housing unit shortage in Kalamazoo County. Next. So here's numbers, 22 and 23, new units funded, 1,038, 514 at 80% and below of AMI, 106 at 30% and below of AMI. The new units built or under construction total 611, which 190 are at 80% and below of AMI, and 81 are at 30% and below of AMI. The number of units rehabbed with the millage dollars is 215. The rehab is happening all over the county. And then you've supported several agencies for supportive services, many of which you heard tonight that are doing really good work in the county. Here is where we have worked in Kalamazoo County. The first year, most of the housing was in the city because obviously they were prepared. But as we move on, you can see that we are working all over the county and our millage dollars are working. Again, I wanted to thank the board for their leadership, your feedback, and your vision as we allocate the millage dollars in a responsible, transparent way. So I really thank you for all of the good direction that you have given. And I present to you our 2023 annual report.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Director Balkema, and all the work that you and Willa do. Are there any questions? Commissioner Shrips.
Thank you, Chair Ray. Congratulations, Director Balkema, and all the community partners out there doing the work. I think this board and this entire community can be really proud of what we've been accomplishing and looking forward to increasing our impact as we go forward. I really appreciate seeing the breakdown across AMI in the units in the presentation. And I'm hopeful that maybe as we go forward in the annual report, that those breakdowns across all of the AMIs that units are funded at could be visualized for the community. And then I look forward to having future discussions with the board about how we continue to work and target and increase the units, particularly at the lower end at 30%. Yeah. So it's not really a question, just sort of putting out there that the thought or the vision, hopefully we can address in the future.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Chair?
Just one quick question on the 7,700 units short, that Upjohn Institute, that was 2021, 2020. Are we going to need to do another sort of assessment of where we are, what we've done? Judging by the number of units we've created, we're 10% of the way to the goal. I mean, obviously, that's not the case. The private sector the demand is going up and the private sector is building as well. But are there needs to look at that sort of study or that sort of benchmark moving forward, and how often or periodic should we do that?
That's a great question. And I think with the blue oval plant coming in Marshall, that will put a demand on our housing as well. And I think maybe next year, this commission could just ask for an update from the W. Upjohn, and I will budget it this year, because I think every so often we probably do need an update of the numbers. And we're in the process of asking all local units for all of the numbers, because that's the total around, from the entire housing ecosystem. So I don't have all those numbers, but I'm anxious to get them to show you exactly how far we've come against it. And so we're working with all the local units to get those numbers.
And I guess one of the kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Strebs, one of the things I think that would be useful to us is understanding the dollar amount per unit. Specifically, I mean, obviously the lower on the AMI price, it's going to be higher amount per unit. But the dollar amount per unit, I think, would go a long way in this board's decision-making process and where we can leverage more bang for our buck, I think, going forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think to have that conversation a little bit later in the year before we open our portal, and exactly what this board wants to see. So I'm anxious to have that conversation, but I think maybe closer to September or October will be better timing. So then we can look at everything with the portal, what we want, and open it up, and it'll be fresh in everyone's mind. So if you want to serve lower AMIs, that's what we'll put out and receive applications for. So I'm open to that discussion, obviously, and the framework of which you want to have it in. But I would suggest later in the year, after you get through budget and the CIP, I think is probably good timing.
Yeah, I understand. I know that there's going to be a big difference in that AMI. I'm just, as one commissioner out of 9, I will probably the next round be more heavily weighted in my scoring, and where you're getting the most units and how you're serving the most people and helping, getting the biggest bang for your buck, the most efficiency. So
yeah, and that's why we put the AMI chart out, and we're going to laminate it and pass it around so everyone knows exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about who we're serving, right? Because these charts, they just don't make up themselves. They're put out by HUD and MISJA, and the new one came out, and I think we sent it to y'all. But if you want a laminated copy, I'm good to do that too.
yeah, again, I'm not concerned about the AMI scoring as much as, again, I'm concerned about the dollars per unit. If we're spending $150,000 or $200,000 per unit, that is not an effective use of the taxpayers' dollars. If we're spending $20,000 or $30,000 per unit, and the subsidized level is that, and we're targeting now going forward at the AMI level, 100 and below, in my opinion, should be the focus of this millage and should be the focus of these dollars. But I'm happy to have that conversation in October. But again, I think what the information that I would be concerned about, if it's a 50 unit build and we're giving, $3 or $4 million or $3 million for it, how much are we subsidizing per unit? I think that would go a long way. And again, in us trying to use the most efficient way that we can utilize our tax dollars. As far as what was the presentations earlier, I am a huge fan, as well as Commissioner Gissler, of what Chris Burdell and what they're doing countywide with the rehab programs. I think that is an extremely effective bang for your buck. But again, we'll happy to have those conversations in October.
Chair, I'd also like to recognize one more person. Toby Hannah Davies is in the audience. She has been a tireless worker for not only the millage, but for the communication. She's on the Isaac Housing Task Force. She worked tirelessly. She helps proofread our annual report. And so she is a huge fan of what we're doing, and I wanted to give her a shout out in the audience for all of her help.
Thank you, Director Balkema. And thank you, Toby. We're a huge fan of Toby's also. Any other questions? Commissioner Strebs, I saw your fingers like itching towards that button. Okay. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair.
I too want to shout out to you for the hard work and that you have been doing with your staff, or what little limited staff you have, and the hard work they're doing. I think they're here somewhere. Anyway, good job. And reaching out and out into more out into the whole county so that we can share this, keep people in their homes. I think it's so critical that a few repairs keep people in their homes and help them have, a sustainable, can't talk, it's been a long day. It's maybe a long week and it's only Wednesday. But anyway, so I think it's just fantastic. And thank you for your hard work on that and getting those and making these dollars count. So I echo what the others have been saying. Thank you.
Hey, Chair, Blaze Bolding just walked in. Can I call her to the podium? She has a couple of remarks. She is featured in your annual report, and I think she has a great story for growing up in the Edison neighborhood, getting the promise, working at Pfizer, and then getting housing. So Blaze, would you like to come up? She's joined with her mother, Tammy, who is a nurse at Bronson Hospital, who's also had a very busy night and day. So Blaze, welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and just express gratitude for the change that this money has made in my life for the village. As Mary so kindly introduced me, I'm Blaze. I was born and raised here in Kalamazoo, grew up in the Edison neighborhood, and I was able to take full advantage of the promise. And so that was my time to sprout my wings, get away from home, go up north. And I was able to graduate with my bachelor's in biology and use that to come back here and find a spot in Pfizer. And it's just been very exciting for me to have a program that has allowed me to now stay at home, keep this job with Pfizer, and have housing that, okay, I can actually have and make mine. And I'm not worried about, well, I over purchased on a house because the market's crazy and I only get $100 of groceries now. Now I can actually sit and have coworkers over and grow that connection with people in my community and host and just have a beautiful place that's all mine. And I'm just so thankful for programs with such wonderful people who are so kind and willing to help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
April from KNHS helped her and gave every dollar a job. See, this program is working, folks. So thank you for allowing me the grace to have Blaze come up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions? Commissioner Strauss.
Thank you for your patience with me, Chair Ray. Just as we will have more in-depth future discussions, I don't want to miss the opportunity to elevate here when we're thinking about impact of the housing millage. If we look at dollar per unit, that will tend to help us subsidize towards higher AMI because, and the problem here, we look at the total units identified, the total plus 7,000, more of those units are needed at the lower end of the market. And the market itself will create nearly none of those units. And so the government subsidy is the only opportunity to really spur the development of units at the lower end of the AMI. So that may mean higher subsidy to create those units at the lower end, but without our support, they don't exist at all. So I just want to clarify, in my vantage point as we go forward, if we're going to tackle housing for people in deep poverty, it takes the government support to do it. And that's not, that's not a laugh or funny. That's real.
No, I completely agree with you, Commissioner Strebs. But I'm not in saying that 30% what we compare at 30% AMI is what we should be comparing at 80% AMI. That's apples and oranges. We should be deciding which direction of the spectrum from the 30 to 100 or even below 30 to 100. I don't think we should go over 100, but 30 to 100 on the spectrum. And if we're targeting so much from 80 to 100, we need to make that a competitive class, that when we go out and all these applications come in, that we're looking in that competitive class from 80 to 100, what is the best price per unit? When we're looking at the servicing the 50 AMI, we need to look at that competitive class and what is the price per unit, 30 AMI, so that there's competition within that market and all these applications come into our portal. We'll be able to make that as a determining factor. Now, I'm not saying that obviously the 30% AMI is going to be much higher than the 100 or the 80 or the subsidy needed. But I do think as we're going through these developers and going through a lot of these services and nonprofits that are providing this service, we need to look for effectiveness in those dollars.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from Director Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. An accounts payable claim list totaling $21,592,681.85 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $8,568,989.21. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,720,927.74 are presented for the April 26th general, April 29th general, and April 30th elected payrolls. There's no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. I welcome any questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Director Post.
Thank you.
All right, now we're down to any other items. The first item is the proclamation declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Anybody want to do the first reading? All right, not everybody at once. Thanks, John.
The approved version, I'm assuming. Here we go. Whereas every day 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of nearly 18,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 26 more times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. And whereas Michigan has 1,382 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 13.7 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $16.8 billion each year, and of which $380.5 million is paid by taxpayers. Michigan has the 21st highest rate of gun deaths in the US. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities, and whereas cities across the nation, including in Kalamazoo, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the county board's highest responsibility, and whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas local government officials and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity, and know how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. Whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever, as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls to domestic violence, hotlines, and an increase in gun city violence. In January 2013, Haida Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15 on June 7, 2024, to recognize the 27th birthday of Haida Pendleton, born June 7, 1997. People across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day, wear orange in tribute to Haida Pendleton and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Haida's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. And orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 7th, the first Friday in June in 2024, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 7th, 2024, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encouraging responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners declares the first Friday in June, being June 7th, 2024, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic offense of gun violence and to honor value and human lives.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Commissioner Gissler, you all right? You got comments? Okay.
No, I was just gonna comment, way to go, John. That was a pretty substantial proclamation. You read it nicely.
I know no one volunteered.
So if we all remain quiet, you'll take all of them?
No, we're gonna call some people.
Yeah.
So next we have the proclamation in support of combating environmental racism and climate injustice, the first reading. Any volunteers? Commissioner Shrives, thank you.
I read that gun violence proclamation last year, Vice Chair, so thank you for lifting that up. All right, this is a proclamation in support of combating environmental racism and climate injustice. Whereas environmental racism refers to the communities of color being disproportionately impacted by environmental hazards and being more likely to live in areas with heavy pollution. And whereas climate change is a global issue and communities of color, low-income communities, and immigrant communities bear the brunt of climate change impacts, such as increased respiratory illnesses, heat-related illnesses, exacerbation of other health conditions such as diabetes, and extreme weather-related events. And whereas environmental issues such as industrial pollution, poor sanitation, poor air quality, poor water quality, and lead pollution are rampant in socially and economically vulnerable communities. And whereas the need for climate and environmental justice is prevalent within our global community due to racist practices in land development and housing and economic disinvestments, communities of color have long been the sacrifice zones for more affluent communities. These conditions are further amplified as climate change occurs. And whereas in the United States moves towards clean energy solutions, communities of color are left behind to bear the higher cost of fossil fuel energy consumption. And whereas Kalamazoo County has a long history of fighting racist practices and social injustices. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners supports efforts in the fight for environmental justice and to mitigate the impacts of climate change on communities of color. And be it further resolved, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners will educate and inform its members and the public about environmental, climate, and energy justice issues in their local communities. And be it further resolved, Kalamazoo County will connect communities with available resources such as, but not limited to, emerging technologies, community solar, lead pipe replacement, weatherization assistance programs, and green infrastructure programs to minimize the impacts of climate change and environmental racism within its communities. And be it finally resolved, Kalamazoo County advocates for legislation that decreases and eradicates environmental harm on communities of color who have been disproportionately impacted by environmental injustices.
Thank you, Commissioner Strips. The next one we have is a proclamation recognizing June 2024 as Justice Against Bullying at Schools Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County, the first reading. Any volunteers? 2 weeks after Volunteer Week. Okay, Abby.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proclamation proclaiming June 2024 Justice Against Bullying at Schools, JABS Awareness Month in Kalamazoo County. Whereas Justice Against Bullying at School, JABS, has served nearly 800 youth impacted by bullying in Kalamazoo County since 2016. Whereas during that time, JABS has raised awareness, educated, supported, and empowered youth who have been affected by bullying in some way. Whereas the JABS initiative was recognized by the governor on its 5th anniversary and presented with a certificate of recognition. Whereas JABS employs and trains youth impacted by bullying and gun violence through the JABS Event Factory. Whereas JABS strongly supports the inclusion of students in the development of anti-bullying policymaking processes, and allows students to form and organize groups to advocate for their own right to safe, bully-free, nonviolent educational spaces. Whereas anti-bullying initiatives like JABS are proving to be transformative in combating the childhood traumatic effects of bullying in academic environments, as well as enhancing better outcomes for students. Whereas Kalamazoo County has resolved to be a leader in trauma-informed work and has adopted a resolution to build trauma-informed, resilient, and healthy Kalamazoo County on April 3rd, 2018. Now therefore be it resolved, proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners recognizes June 2024 to be Justice Against Bullying at School Awareness Month from this day forward, and encourages all Kalamazoo County residents to recognize and support justice against bullying at school for strengthening our community and holding onto the promise for everyone, especially the school-aged youth of Kalamazoo County.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wheeler. Then we have one more. Proclamation, Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week in Kalamazoo County, first reading. Of course.
I would be honored. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies of Kalamazoo County play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of Kalamazoo County. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agencies, and that members of our law enforcement agencies recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas the men and women of law enforcement agencies of Kalamazoo County unceasingly provide a vital service, a vital public service. Now therefore, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 12th to 18th, 2024 as National Police Week in Kalamazoo County, and publicly salute the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner DeLu. So next up, we have Commissioner Strebs to read two motions for closed session.
Council.
Chair, before we go, it's my understanding that that most recently read proclamation would be potentially considered at this evening's board meeting. And if so, a motion would be in order to have it placed on the agenda in proclamations at that time.
At that time or now? I'm sorry.
The motion would be made now for it to be placed on the agenda at tonight's evening.
Okay. Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. As I work to get this on here, I would ask, I move to include the proclamation regarding Peace Officer Memorial Day and National Police Week in Kalamazoo County on the agenda for the Board of Commissioners meeting on May 8th, 2024 at 7 p.m. for consideration under item number 4.
Support.
Thank you.
All right, it's been moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? Do we need a roll call, or can we just do a voice vote? All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, the motion carries. Thank you, Matt.
All right, thank you, Chair Ray. I move that we adjourn to closed session to consider a periodic personnel evaluation of the county controller administrator as permitted by MCL 15.2681A, county administrator controller biannual performance evaluation. The next evaluation is scheduled on November 6th, 2024. And also closed session to consider a written attorney-client privileged legal opinion from the county attorney as permitted by MCL 15.2681H.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Strebs, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
You have 9 yes.
Thank you so much.
Chair, I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Do we do a voice vote?
I think we can do a voice vote.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, we're out of closed session? No.
I make a motion to approve the closed session minutes.
Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? We need a roll call vote.
Nope.
Jesus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion carries. Now we're adjourned. All right, 7 o'clock, we will call the May 8th regular board meeting to order. Commissioner Gisler, you're up for the invocation reflection. Thank you.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we gather today to make decisions for our community, bless us that we may use our best skills and judgment. Guide us as we consider the merits and pitfalls of each matter that comes before us. Grant us the wisdom to act in the best interests of our community and fellow citizens. Help us show respect for each other and our entire community. Finally, watch over the men and women who keep us safe at home and abroad. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Commissioner Gisler. A beautiful prayer. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's what I like most about it. Clerk, would you call the roll for us, please?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLu, Commissioner Gisler.
Here.
You have 9 present.
Thank you so much. So next up, we have item 4 proclamations. I believe we have 2. Is there a motion to approve?
I would make a motion to approve.
Support.
All right, it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, proclamation is approved. And the next proclamation is 2024-553. It is the Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week in Kalamazoo. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Support.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The proclamation is approved. Item number 6, approval of minutes. Oh, communications, item number 5, on the backside, I saw it. We have 3 communications. The first one is 479, Washtenaw County Resolution 24-089, requesting the Michigan legislature to support a significant increase in funding for Michigan 211 in fiscal year 2025 budget. And then 2024-502, a resolution passed by the State House to declare April 2024 as County Government Month in the state of Michigan. And then 2024-518, Eaton County Resolution in opposition to the fiscal year 2025 Governor's recommended budget for the reduction of operational funding to the Michigan Conservation Districts and the elimination of local administration of the Michigan Agriculture Environmental Assurance Program. Do any commissioners have any communications that they'd like to share? All right, seeing none, we are moving to item 6, approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, it has been moved to approve the April 16th draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes. It has also been supported. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, or do we do a roll call vote? Sorry. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Both minutes are approved. Item number 7, approval of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Support.
Has been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. I'm gonna take a breath, I'm sorry. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. Thank you to Director Balkema. We will change this 3 to 2. I think this is an old paper. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 2 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Seeing none. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom, Dina?
No hands raised for public comment, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dina. We have no public comment. All right, so next up, we have item number 9, consent agenda.
Chair, we do have 2 interviews for the open data.
Oh, did I miss that?
It's under public comment.
Oh, I don't have my laptop. All right, well, we have 2 interviews.
And I have brought over Alice Martin for the first interview.
All right, we can bring them over. Thank you. I was off and running too. We were almost out of here. All right, do we have video or will we just be talking to Mr. Martin?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
It's a new board. Yep. Oh, yes, we can hear you. How are you?
How you guys doing?
I think I speak for everyone when I say we're wonderful.
Looks like you guys are doing wonderful.
Thank you. That's so kind. Well, thank you for taking the time to interview with us tonight. We are excited to get this board filled. We've done a number of interviews. I think you and our last applicant, our last 2 interviews, and then we can make some decisions and appoint some folks to this board so they can start working. I will introduce myself. I am Tammy Ray, and I represent District 1. We have 9 questions. We'll go around and each one of us will ask you a question. And then at the end, we'll give you time to ask us any questions that you may have. You ready?
For me, I am.
All right, the first question is, what do you know about this advisory board and why are you interested in serving on it?
Okay. As I understand it, it is essentially a subcommittee or again, an advisory board that is here to help the Board of Commissioners make decisions about open facing data and databases and things of that nature. So that answers your question.
Thank you so much, sir. Vice Chair.
What experience, John Taylor, District 5, what experience do you have that is related to the work of this advisory board? This could be professional or experience you have from the community.
I am a senior engineer and a data guy. So I essentially do this all day. And, I use that to obviously tell our R&D departments and different varied product groups how we should utilize the data. Also, I've served in this capacity on other boards in the past.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer.
This is Wendy Mazer, District 8. Share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures.
Oh, good one. Being an engineer, I've been to many different countries, worked with a variety of people from a lot of walks of life, and I've learned that there is essentially more than one way to skin a cat. And diversity is extremely good in terms of thinking outside the box. So I've learned that working with a number of people just makes you a little bit more stronger in terms of your tool sets and how your ability to communicate. And it also keeps you fresh, in my opinion. Like, I love working with my kids. I have a youth organization and they keep me on my toes. So I would say for working from a diverse groups of people, it enhances a person's overall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm John Gisler. I represent District 6. And I'd like to know what training or education you've received in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, and how will you use what you've learned in your work with this
advisory board? Good old DEI. Okay. I How do I start? Every place I've worked for has had some sort of DEI training. And being an electrical computer engineer, um, I've had an opportunity to be around a diverse group of people. So I actually really internalized the training and take it personally. I think it's very important that we are respectful of every walk of life and everybody's input and opinion. And I've been, at Spectrum Health, they were very big on diversity and inclusion. There was a huge training module there. Every big company I work for had one, and also the boards I've sat on have also had training. I'm currently serving on a People's Food Co-op board right now. I am the committee chair for the GM review, and we it's funny you guys asked, because we asked that of our leadership as well. Like, how important is that to you? And what do you bring that's going to add some value to that? So I take it very seriously. I've been a part of many different various trainings. We are implementing this ARTT program over at the co-op, and at my job, I work for Eaton. We definitely have diversity and inclusion training, and I think it's important that people are properly equipped on dealing with a diverse group of people.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, this is Dale DeLu. What do you expect the advisory authority to give to the community, and how can you help the work of the advisory board?
I expect for the advisory board to give the overall board of commissioners the best absolute advice we can, right? Like, we're talking about customer facing or public facing. I'm sorry, you guys, you got to help me. I work in the private sector. Sorry about the nomenclature, but in terms of open data, we want to be as transparent as possible. I mean, these are taxpaying individuals, people who take this stuff very personally, and I think transparency and good data streams and consistent interfaces, technology is the great leverager, right? So I expect for this advisory committee to only enhance the commission's ability to make solid decisions regarding open data and how we interact with our targeted user base, which is the citizens of this great county.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Martin. My name is Abigail Wheeler. I represent District 4. And my question is, what are 3 things that a member of the advisory board should consider?
Ooh, good question. First 3 come to my head would be target audience, potential threats, because we're talking about data, and you guys know that is an ever increasing issue around here. And another one that I think may be a surprise to the commission is scalability. I think we're going to see the allocation and collection of data only expand over the years, and I think scalability of any solution that we advise the commission on should have some sort of scalable component to it. So those would be my 3 things that jump out to me: target audience, potential threats, and scalability.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Ellis. Thank you so much for coming and applying tonight. I'm Commissioner Strebs. I represent District Number 2. My question for you is, what's the greatest strength that you think you'll bring to this advisory board?
Oh, my initial thought would have been say just that I'm old, but I've seen the internet from inception to deployment to saturation. I think, just a wealth of skill set, to be honest with you. Like, I've seen everything from being an IT director to being a senior level engineer to data migrations. I've seen data in health scenarios. I've seen it in automation, automotive. I am very familiar with how data sets and how we present that to not only internal people, but also to the public. So, I think just experience, skills, and knowledge are probably my greatest strength. Is, I would say, my tenure in this specific arena.
Thank you.
Hey there, and welcome, Ms. Commissioner Morales from District Number 3. And my question is, are you available for the meetings, times, and dates associated with this board?
I work from home often, so I definitely could be available. So yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for applying for this. My name's Jeff Hepler. I'm from District 7. I have a tough question for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I do. Just wondering if somebody could kind of tell me what does a time commitment for your subcommittees look like? What do we typically do. I mean, I visited the website, but I didn't see anything granular on there in terms of details.
So I was gonna say thank you for committing, and we don't know what time the committee will be meeting yet. So that hasn't been scheduled because this is a brand new committee and it hasn't been seated, so those things haven't been decided yet. Other boards, maybe there's like an hour commitment a month. Sometimes they go longer, just depending on what's happening.
Okay.
So it's not like a huge commitment, but there is a commitment. Sure.
I would just say, based on your interview questions, I would probably want more time from you. You sound like exactly what we're looking for. Somebody with internet or with IT experience. The potential for this, it's as the chair said, it's a brand new committee, but the potential to really have an impact on how we spend our taxpayer dollars for social programs to get the biggest bang for the buck. And see real results and which programs are getting results and which not. And I think having this open database and having this, it's just a tremendous amount of potential. So I would envision in the first year or two of this board's inception, there being a little bit more than an hour a month, but then as it gets, sort of almost perfunctory as you're grabbing the data and reporting it and running it through, it would take less of a time commitment. But I think as you create the rubrics and such in your committee, initially it will be more.
Understandable, and I appreciate that insight, Commissioner. That's was my major concern, because sometimes up front these things can be a little data intensive. So appreciate that reply. Thank you, guys. That was it. I just wanted to know the time commitment. I did enough thorough reading. I understand where the committee wants to go. So that was all the questions I had. It's pretty straightforward. One thing about us engineers, we deal with discrete values, either 1 or 0 over here.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Martin, for taking the time to speak with us today. After we interview the last person, we'll deliberate and make appointments, and then someone, Dina probably, will reach out to you and let you know how it went. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, committee.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
All right. Looking on my neighbor's paper for the next person.
Chair, I have brought over your next candidate as well.
Thank you so much, Tina.
Hello, I'm Olu Adelabi is what I go by. My full name is Olu Kalade.
Okay, awesome. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We appreciate you taking the time to interview with us. We have 9 questions. Each one of us will go around and ask you a question. Also, we'll give you time to respond, obviously, but then at the end, we'll give you time to ask us questions if you have any. So I'll start. I'm Tammy Ray. I represent District 1. And my question for you is, what do you know about this advisory board and why are you interested in serving on it?
I know that this board is going to serve as a voice for the public and how county data is managed and shared. That's kind of what I've boiled it down to when I've talked to friends about this opportunity. But my interest is because I grew up in Kalamazoo, and I'm interested in how sharing data and increased transparency can create a better room for community growth and informedness.
Thank you. Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
Adelabi.
Adelabi. Okay, thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Adelabi. What experiences do you have that is related to the work of the advisory board? This could be professional or experience you have from the community.
My professional experience, I interact with connecting to databases to pull information on a daily basis, bringing that information in, making it more digestible for the average user. And my graduate studies are in information management, which has given me a lot of added knowledge about improved user experience related to how data is shared and accessed.
Thank you.
Hi, Wendy Mazer, District 8. Share what you have learned from working with people from other cultures.
Yeah, I feel like I've been exposed to a lot of different cultures from like my earliest memories. So it's hard to pinpoint, some of the things I've learned. But I think the biggest thing I've learned is how to communicate, making sure to provide the right context to any message that you're sharing. I think is really important. And that's something I've learned from working in different cultures.
Thank you.
I'm John Gisler. I represent District 6, and I'd like to know what training or education you've received in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice, and how will you use what you've learned in your work with this advisory board?
Well, I haven't had any formal training in DEIJ, but my experience has more been like life interactions with different communities and listening to people's stories and understanding and empathy that I've had for the community or a story of, you know, what those people are going through.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Can you tell me what you expect the advisory authority to give to the community and how can you help the work of the advisory board?
Yeah, I mean, I expect the board to execute on mission to encourage transparency by providing information to community that in a way that makes it more accessible to the general public. And so with that, I'd like to bring my experience in database management and understanding of user experience to adding perspective to conversations as early as possible on how that data is shared and set up for public access.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abigail Wheeler. I represent District 4. And my question for you are, what are 3 things that a member of the advisory board should consider?
I kind of came up with an acronym to answer that question: accessibility, readability, and transparency. ART. How easy is the data set to access? How readable is it for the average user? And how complete is that data set?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Wheeler and I both realizing we could see you from a different vantage point. So good afternoon to you. My question for you is, what's the greatest strength that you think that you bring to this advisory board?
I think it's kind of my compassion for the information being shared to the public, my compassion for different communities and underserved communities. But I think also the experience I have in organizing data and the interest in how increased open transparency can increase the community good.
Thank you.
Welcome, Brother Adelabi. This is Monteith Morales representing District 3.
Hello.
And my question is, are you available for the meeting times and dates associated with this advisory board?
From what I know as of now, yes. I heard that the times have not been established yet, but so I'm pretty flexible. So I think it'll work out.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for applying for this position. My name's Jeff Hepler. I represent District 7. My question is, do you have any questions for us?
No questions really. Well, one question in particular. I know this is a newly established board and I've not worked with a county in this way. So I was wondering, what are the terms for an appointment to a board like this?
So I'll take that one for you. So as this is a new body, it'll come here for full board appointments. We'll make determinations about who's seated. Then you will all be convened for one of your first sessions and you'll develop some bylaws at that time. That'll then help to delineate terms. So typically there'll be staggered terms, usually multi-year terms, and then they'll sort of rotate through is typically the structure. So we'll have some discussion at the advisory board level to make those determinations. And then it will come back to the board for our final approval. And that's when we'll make a determination about what the term lengths are and the way that they are staggered. It'll be a publicly meeting body, so there'll be public notices, and then they'll meet at a date and time and follow generally Robert's Rules of Order as you meet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us tonight. We will make some decisions and then Dina will reach out to you and let you know what we decide.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you. All right, so I have a quick question, Deputy Administrator Smith. I always want to say Warner. So I know that we've already appointed 2 people. Is this a 5-member board or 7?
It's a 5-member board.
Okay.
And y'all have interviewed 3 others. So y'all interviewed 2 tonight. You've had 3 others that you've interviewed. back
Okay.
in March and April.
Okay, so we have Dontre Hempfield, Denisha Moore, Summer Somerville, Ellis Martin, and then Mr. Adelabi.
Yes, that's correct. And so you've appointed 2 out of the 5, so you'll need to appoint 3 more or make a decision on what other next steps you would like to take.
Okay. So I'll open the floor for discussion. Vice Chair?
Maybe because it's fresh in my mind, but I just think I witnessed 2 really good interviews. That was especially the Ellis Martin gentleman from the first one. He not only knew his stuff on IT, but he knew how a board operated and how it functions and how it's an advisory role. But the object is to give the best advice to the full board of county commissioners. That's my first choice. And that second guy we interviewed, I thought did a really good job too. So I'd have no problem appointing both of those people.
Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So on that same note, I think that these were 2 well-skilled individuals that knew their stuff. Not to throw shade at anybody else that may be working on the ground and know that we need this data out there based on, conditions that they've witnessed. But I think they can complement one another with, our people who are doing that grassroots work. And then we have these trained individuals who actually know data and have been in the database. So I am in support with the 2 that we had tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gisler?
Excuse me, could you give me a head count? I agree with everything that's been said about the 2 interviewees tonight, but are we still looking for 1 more? We've already appointed 2. We're talking about these 2 who look really strong. And do we have 1 other that we've interviewed?
Yeah, we have 3 others.
Oh, 3 others. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought this was, I was
I know
thinking,
that.
gee, if we only got
we did
3, including these 2, why are we?
Oh, no, we
Thinking
did the
around.
interview so long ago. I remember, but my notes, I always write notes, but I write notes so that I stay focused and they're not very detailed. So I don't know.
Thank you.
But we have Dontre Hempfield, Denisha Moore, Summer Somerville, and then the 2 that we interviewed tonight. So anybody want to shake things up and add a 3rd person? Commissioner Stripes?
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Administrator, can you clarify, what are the names of the 2 individuals that we have already appointed?
Yes, you've appointed Jason Allen and Ashley Schlebeck.
Okay. And then Chair, can you clarify for me again, the first 2 names that you indicated over there?
Dontre Hempfield, Denisha Moore, and Summer Somerville.
Yeah. So I think I remember Mr. Henfield also had some technical experience as well. We've had some pretty strong candidates. Both of the 2 that we've appointed prior have also had a lot of data experience and knowledge. I also want to make sure that we're taking, some of that grassroots understanding into the board as well. So I'm not sure. Yeah, so, okay, so I'd like to then propose Mr. Dontre Henfield, thank you so much, as our other appointment. And the other 2 candidates we interviewed tonight.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
Is there support for the motion? All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Stripes, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? Vice Chair?
I can vote for this motion, but my 5th place person was Denisha Moore, but I can live with that. I agree with your assessment that you want both things, so I'm good with that.
Any other discussion? I thought Denisha Moore was also a good candidate. Yes.
Let me inquire with Administrator, are we precluded from seating 6 to the body rather than 5?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Krebs. If you give us a moment, we can review the resolution. Yep.
Because
Can you check for 7 while you're checking? I don't like even numbers on boards. It
Yeah,
just-
that's
it's
true.
very-
That's true. I think that the resolution, I don't think it's going to preclude us because I think we just eliminated by district.
So pursuant to the resolution that was adopted, item section 7 here indicates, section 7A says the committee shall consist of 5 at-large Kalamazoo County residents with active solicitation of the following, and then it has some stipulations there. So it does say shall consist of 5, but I can send to legal for a further opinion if you'd like.
There we go. You can amend something previously adopted. So if you were inclined prior to, you have something on the table, so I would ask that that motion be withdrawn with support of the second. You could amend your prior resolution to increase the number to 7 people and then make the motion to appoint the candidates that you choose to that amended resolution.
That's why I love when you're here. But
I'm just waiting for Commissioner Strebs to withdraw the motion, and I've got one ready.
Yes, thank you. I will withdraw my motion.
And do we need the support to withdraw too?
Support.
All right.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we amend our previous motion to increase the number serving on the Open Data Advisory Board from 5 to 7 people.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Should we do a roll call vote? Oh, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So is there a new motion to appoint all 7? Or all 5, sorry.
Oh, yes.
I move to appoint all 5 candidates to the database, what's it called? The Open Database Citizen Advisory Board.
Support.
All right, it's been properly
looking at my
moved
notes. I don't have
by
them.
Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Taylor to appoint Dontre Hemphill, Denisha Moore, Summer Somerville, Ellis Martin, and Olu Adelabi. I took really good notes and I was gonna get it. To the Open Citizens Database Advisory Board. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. Yes. He was up late.
He was like, what? We're doing this.
Yes, ma'am. Corporate counsel?
I just wanted to indicate that your very astute chief deputy clerk pointed out that we should probably have this be its own item. And we've already approved the agenda, but I would just offer that we make that item 9 and renumber the remaining items in sequence after that. And that could be done without objection at your direction, Chair.
Or do we have to go back?
It will now be item 10. So your next item is the consent agenda.
Okay, so then we'll go back and vote on that again.
No, it's just a scrivener's. We just want to make sure that it was reflected accurately in the minutes.
I'm sorry, any volunteers to read the consent agenda? Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. All right, item number 251, request for approval of step increase for the county administrator controller. Item number 468, request for the review and approval of a Michigan Citizen Reentry Initiative. Item number 526, request for approval to authorize the county administrator controller to affirm the county's desire to amend the National Opioid Consortium litigation. Under Buildings and Grounds, item number 299, request for approval and time materials, contract with Rivertown Painting. Under Circuit Court, item number 453, request for approval and signature of 60-month lease for two Ricoh multifunction printers at the Gold Road Justice Complex. Under Finance, item number 394, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Item number 470, request for approval of amendment number 1 with JB Printing. Item number 512, request for approval of 2024 budget position changes. Under Health and Community Services, item number 435, request for acceptance of statement of grant award. Item number 300, request for acceptance of American Rescue Plan Act. Item number 437, request for approval of one FY 24 Emerging Threats Amendment and 2 Health Officer to sign amendment of county's behalf within egrams. Item number 6709, request for approval and signature of contract with Kalamazoo Public Schools. Item number 492, request for approval of position continuations and housekeeping items within the Emerging Threats COVID Immunization Grant Award. Item number 413, request for approval and signature of Area Agency on Aging Region 3A. Under Housing, item number 378, request for approval and signature of grant agreement with the City of Portage from the Housing Millage Single Family category for $3 million. Item number 459, request for approval and signature of grant agreement with the City of Portage from the Housing Millage Single Family Rehab category for $100,000. Item number 521, request for approval of housing millage budget adjustment. Under Parks and Expo, item number 465, request for approval and signature of a contract with Kalamazoo Mechanical Incorporated. Item number 466, request for approval and signature of contract with Abatement and Demolition Services. Under Planning, item number 426, request for approval to one, accept the 2024 remonumentation and survey grant through the state of Michigan. And number 2, authorize the Director of Planning and Development to electronically sign the state grant agreement. Item number 491, request for approval of a resolution to amend the resolution of April 7, 2015, approving the establishment of a property assessed clean energy PACE program. Item number 495, request for approval of a resolution to establish the Kalamazoo County's Materials Management Planning Committee. Item number 507, request for approval of a resolution to prepare a single county materials management plan and to notify municipalities in Kalamazoo County of intent to prepare the county materials management plan. Under the prosecuting attorney, item number 431, request for approval of employment agreement with Scott Eager for the purpose of sexual assault kit project investigator. Item number 430, request for approval of memorandum of understanding with the Department of Attorney General. I move that all these be voted on at one time by the board. Come on.
Because of the
everybody.
way she handled the word remonumentation. Way to go.
Well, I did pay Western a lot of money to enunciate.
Sorry, Abby. He beat you because he had the mic on. All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Morales and supported by Commissioner Gisler. Clerk, can you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales, Chair Ray,
Yeah.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you so much. All right, now we're down to item number 10. We already voted on. Moving on to item 11, new business. Nope. We're done. Item 11, new business. Anybody want to read the motion?
So sorry, I may have caused some unnecessary confusion
You
here.
did.
Just all the numbers would be +1. So we are on item 11, unfinished business and general orders.
And the new business would be 12.
All right, I'm back now. I'm no longer confused. Item number 11, unfinished business. We have none. So now we're down to item 12. Thank you so much, Matt, for helping me. I was so lost. Yeah, item number 480. A request for approval of 2024 housing millage dollars under the multifamily category for $300 to helping other people exceed through navigation, and 2, approval of signature of grant agreement with the housing millage multifamily housing category. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray,
I'm gonna abstain.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
You have 8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you so much. So now we're down to item number 13. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Strebs. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner.
Hi, hello. I would bust a move for y'all, but I'm gonna not do that. But I do want to take a moment really to, wholeheartedly tell all of you, thank you so very much. It's been really, a labor of love, blood, sweat, and tears. But if you ride by North and West End, you will see that this property is fenced off, it's flagged up, and they're getting ready to start laying the infrastructure for the tiny houses. So this is really, an opportunity to actually see the millage dollars in action, like immediately. These houses, the timeline for them to be done turnkey ready is July 31st. So it's not gonna be a long leeway time. They're gonna get the shovels in the ground. They're gonna get these houses done, and we're gonna get people moved into them. So very, very thankful and appreciative of all of the work, the time, and energy that everyone has put into going through all of the proposals and leading Hope through navigation to victory. Thank you so much. Also, I have some rack cards information about the Tiny Houses of Hope project. And so please share, read. Thank you so very much. Y'all have a blessed night.
Thank you. Hello.
Be Hannah Davies, and I am very honored that I was voluntold that I was the fundraising chair for the Tiny Houses of Hope. So of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't invite you all to our next Mingle for Shingles, which is our wonderful party and fundraiser at The Experience on Farmers Alley on July 11th at 5:01 p.m. That means parking's free. Please all come July 11th. Put it on your calendars. It will be exciting because we are ready to raise money for the next phase after the first 3 houses, which will be maybe all done by then.
It's not very close.
And I also want to make sure you know there could be no better person for this particular project than CEO Gwendolyn Hooker. I am very proud to be part of the Tiny Houses of Hope project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you, Gwendolyn. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comment? Seeing none. Dina, any hands raised online?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
All right. Now, item 14, reports of officers, body, administrative controller. I feel like I just lost all my energy. But let's see what I got. I don't really have much. I do want to send my condolences to the people impacted by the tornadoes yesterday. And a thank you to everybody who assisted in making sure folks were safe. I will also want to say that the county board will be talking about some solutions to help folks who may be unhoused or displaced during this time. We haven't told Kevin, but we will. But we are having those conversations. We do care. We do see you. We acknowledge the devastation and the things that folks must be going through and trying to figure out, where to find housing, going to shelters, trying to find food. We are here and we care, and we're having some conversations, and we'll talk to Kevin too. But yeah, so there's information on like shelters and resources on our Facebook, thanks to Taylor and other folks within the county. So if folks are in need of that information, visit our Facebook page. I don't know if it's on the website, but we have some information out there if folks are in need of resources. So that's all I have. Vice Chair.
Thanks. I want to just reaffirm and support what the chair had said. This commission is very concerned about the people that are impacted by that storm last night. One of the things, the silver linings, I guess, that come with an event like this is it's a testament to our community. Going up and down the roads in Portage, you saw neighbors helping neighbors. You saw people jumping out, helping people out of ditches, helping people out of their houses. It's a testament to what Kalamazoo County is. It's a community where when folks are down, we step up. Whether it's Toby Hannah Davies over there in the audience, with housing and with children and education, and she's been doing it her whole career. But that goes down to just about everybody in this community. When something happens, we all step up, and I think that's a testament to what Kalamazoo County is. We've been talking as a board about strategic planning. I think in the last year and a half or 2 years or so, we've made great strides as not only a board and with the addition of Kevin, but as an organization. And I think we're going to reach the next level in the next year or two, where we really start to be transformational in our community, where not just our employees and but everybody in our community is going to be proud to call Kalamazoo home. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. I love it. It was wonderful. I want to agree with everything you said. I want to add to it. Having boots on the ground last night, once again, I saw our county rise up to a challenge. I definitely am concerned about all the things that you guys just discussed as far as housing and taking care of our folks. But I saw all of our emergency management folks come together, helping. Portage was doing theirs. The county, we had all of our fire departments, all of our police agencies, all of our emergency management folks partnering together and seeing the people of the community also stepping up to help us help them. This is a very moving thing. We look at the damage that was caused, and we have to be very grateful that somebody up there was watching out for us, because we had 16 to 18 injuries, most of them pretty minor. You look at the destruction that we sustained at the facilities in Portage and the facilities in our county, and it's amazing we didn't have more fatalities, but I am so glad that we didn't. The work that this board did in keeping informed, our administrator was at our OIC. Many of us were out working, trying to keep things going. Our chair got the declaration signed. Our governor came down to our county today and viewed the situation. And she's vowed, along with every one of our elected officials, our senator and our representatives, to work to help us recover from that. I think that's huge. We also heard from Washington that our state rep was very concerned, was to come to the area and check on it. So I think it's important that we all understand the importance of what goes on and the things that we're doing to help support the employees and the organization of Kalamazoo County in providing a safe place for people to live, work, and play. Every meeting, I pretty much say we need to thank our first responders, our police, our fire, our military, our ambulance folks for all the hard work they did. Last night, our central dispatch was totally swamped with calls. When you have a major emergency like this, they did a tremendous job of trying to get calls directed and get people where they needed to be to do what they needed to do. Sometimes we overlook them, but we need to keep them in our thoughts as to the hard work that they do in making sure that we serve our public. And again, I want to thank our administration. Our county road was out, our consumers was out. It's a teamwork in putting together an emergency management plan that we have worked on and we've had to use time and time again. And we keep getting a little better at it. It's a work in progress because no disasters are the same. We faced tornadoes through Kalamazoo in the past. We've faced straight line wind. We've faced floods. We've had oil spills. We came out swinging and we hit the ball out of the park, using a baseball term, I guess. But and we owe our citizens that stepped up too and have volunteered to be there to help us. It's a team effort, and I want to be very thankful for all the folks that did what they could and help those that were in need. As Vice Chair Taylor pointed out, neighbors helping neighbors. And last night I saw that many a time while we were out, making sure people were safe and could at least have a place to stay for the night or work to do that. Our public transportation sent buses out to pick up folks and get them to shelters for the night. So it was a team effort. Everybody was out. So you all be safe. Thank you.
Administrator Catlin.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. So I certainly don't want to sound like a broken record, but obviously my heartfelt condolences goes out to the community and those that are impacted by the tornadoes that we experienced in Kalamazoo County. I really would like to just point out that I know that we're blessed in Kalamazoo County. Seriously, we are, that we have a lot of generous and caring people here that really step up in any way that they can. And they did that last night for sure. And they continue to do it and will be doing it through this weekend, the next few weeks and several months, I'm sure. I want to give a special thanks out to all of the staff that stayed up late last night during the emergency. I know specifically Taylor Koopman and I, we were in the EOC for until about 1:30 a.m. And so we didn't get much sleep, but that's literally what we do here. The staff here, it's heartwarming to me, seriously, because I think that all of us are a little bit of, I would say, perfectionists in our craft, and we care about the community, we care about the people, we care about each other here. A lot of department heads reached out, countywide elected officials reached out, asking if, for example, the treasurer reached out, do we need more cash on hand? Do we need any more fluid or liquid rather, so that we can assist in financial resources, have that cash on hand? Parks Department reached out, B&G reached out. I mean, just various individuals reached out. How can we lend a hand? And these are departments that also have employees that were impacted by the tornado, and they still want to help. They still care. How can we assist our constituents even before themselves? And so that just goes to tell you how much the dedication, the commitment that we have from staff is really above and beyond. And that's why I love coming to work every day with the staff that we have here. I want to just share a few details or a couple of details or high points that are being set up for the community, as Chair touched on that just recently. So a disaster relief fund is being set up in partnership or in collaboration or a joint collaboration between Kalamazoo County or Kalamazoo Community Foundation rather, and the United Way of South Central Michigan. We're told that should be set up very soon, probably earliest is tomorrow. And so they're going to have a joint application and you only have to fill out one, and it will qualify you for a myriad of things. They're trying to cover a gambit of issues. And then I also wanted to let you know that we'll try to continue posting regular updates as we see them, try to kind of consolidate those and collate those so that we're not sharing too many things at once, but so that we can kind of be a one-stop shop. So as we continue working with community partners and distribute that information out, we hope that that'll be helpful to residents. So that's on that topic. I wanted to share some information, just very high level, just keep in the back of your mind and try to share with the public too. There is I would say a ballot initiative going out there from a group called Axe My Tax, so Axe Michigan Tax. And so just to be aware that that's a proposed constitutional amendment that would prohibit state, county, and municipal governments and school districts from levying property taxes. To put that in perspective, for Kalamazoo County, that's $100 million out of our budget that we would not be able to levy. And so while that ballot initiative has, I would say probably a very weak chance of getting on the ballot, you can never dismiss those because that's when they get on the ballot. So keep that in the back of your mind, educate the public about what our tax dollars do for the public here. We do our best and we'll continue doing that through our public information officer and communications. Our tax dollars are spent very wisely here, very equitably here, and they go to very important things in the community, our parks, our housing, planning, all these things that we do, staff. So just keep that in the back of your mind, and I can share some more information from Mac on that too. Some exciting news on Corporation Counsel. So we have 2 positions for Assistant Corporation Counsel and then 1 open position for what we should really call Chief Corporation Counsel or something. But anyway, Corporation Counsel. So we hired a staff member from Circuit Court that will start on the 20th for the Assistant Corporation Counsel position for the one. I made an offer through a series of interviews. We made another offer to another candidate for the other Assistant Corporation Counsel. And if they accept the offer, they would start on June 24th. The Corporation Counsel position, we're actually getting some really great candidates through the recruiter. So we're still going to have that open for about another 4 weeks yet, but we have some really excellent candidates that are actually from the area that live in Kalamazoo and have experience here actually at Kalamazoo County. So it's a good thing. So we have some candidates on the radar that we'll start interviewing and then hopefully be able to present a slate of candidates to the board to conduct public interviews. Probably I'm thinking sometime in July, basically. So it's probably about the time that'll be presented to the board. So making some headway on that, still working with Cole Stoker, who's really doing an excellent job for us. They're a great partner. So we appreciate, obviously, you see Matt at work tonight. He's very good. So we appreciate the partnership with them, and obviously we'll continue that in the future. Wanted to touch base really quick and just remind you on a calendar invite will go out on the next strategic planning workshop that is scheduled June 6th. That'll be the last in-person workshop. So it'll be, I believe, the planning consultant wanted to push it to a 2.5-hour workshop. Just based on the initial workshop that we did, there's a lot of issues that she'd like to go through with the board. This workshop will be concentrated solely on really prioritizing the county strategic plan, kind of going over what issues we should be prioritizing and things like that. So this will be the meat and potato session that you won't want to miss. We'll need your input for that. And then she's going to kind of put all that information together, present a draft strategic plan later on sometime in September. So it should be a really good session. We're hoping to partner with Texas Township to host it at their new facility in Texas Township. So that's something that Dina's helping us with and coordinating with our other staff, Carol and Allie. So That I'm hoping as we kind of start to develop those priorities in the strategic plan, that'll pair very nicely with the 2025 budget process. So which leads into my next point. We've already kicked off that process internally. So departments are starting to compile new funding requests and things of the like for the 2025 budget process. We'll still conduct a late July budget retreat. I don't think that we'll need an actual facilitator for it. I think that we're good now. We can handle it ourselves. So we'll be able to do that. It should be pretty brief, but you'll get the new funding requests, be able to review those to sort of try to marry those with the strategic plan and then kind of culminate your budget priorities. And then I believe lastly, and you all already know this, the county audit is still ongoing. They finished up the pension audit, and then so now they're working on the general kind of county audit. They hope to be back in July to present probably the first or second meeting, the county audit. So that's all I have tonight. There's a lot that we're working on, but willing to answer any questions about these topics or any others you may have.
Commissioner Gessler.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Gessler.
Thank you. Kevin, a question. I've been in touch with the Pavilion Township Supervisor, John Speeder. He's concerned especially about the Pavilion Estates trailer park and has been up there, I think, most of the day. And he's indicated that he expects that there are going to be some expenses that obviously aren't part of the Pavilion Township budget. How would you recommend he, approach that? Does he go to the United Way? Does he call you?
Yes, so Commissioner Gessler, that's a great question. So the Office of Emergency Management has a program called MySim. So Supervisor Speeder would be able to enter some information. What's part of that program, they're able to enter any expenses that they're incurring. In terms of, so you're asking how would they actually be able to incur expenses if they don't even have the funding for it? That's something that I do not know at this time, but I can find out how they can be able to garner resources. We did receive initial information from the state that there's a kind of a formula that they use as disaster declarations are declared at the local level and then the state level. So we declared one, and obviously the state did too. It typically does open you up to some financial resources and or items and labor and things like that. However, the formula sort of stipulates that it has to be a certain percentage of the actual county's budget and that the county is actually incurring the expenses. We've not incurred really any expenses with regard to any items that we purchased or I would say, kind of people power or anything like that, labor. But we are in discussions with the state, with the Michigan State Police, Homeland Security and Emergency Management Division, and other stakeholders at the state level to see what kind of financial resources we can garner. So I should have some information. I've already spoken to the governor's office this morning, so I'm hoping to hear back about some additional resources that we can use that we can garner to help our townships and other municipal partners. So I should be able to hopefully send some information out by Friday.
Maybe I'll just tell John to sit tight this week and see if something doesn't materialize. The costs are mainly right now porta johns for workers and tree removal on an emergency basis. So the Pavilion Estates is very, very fortunate that no one was killed. And I don't think there was anyone seriously injured. So that's really been a good deal. Not that this can be called a good deal. Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have one question. For the disaster relief fund, is that going to be for individuals or for like organizations?
So that's a great question, Chair. I know for sure it's definitely for individuals because I remember them saying, it could be for like roof repair and all the gambit of things, but they just posted some information. So if you just give me a moment, we'll look it up. Well, here we go. Thank you. So it appears that, both of them here. If you just give me a moment, if you want to just go around, then I'll review this and then get back to you. They have a lot of information on their site here.
Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Wheeler this time.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to have the same sentiment as everybody else. My condolences to those who've been impacted. At my fire station tonight, Texas Township, we are, Salvation Army has dropped off cases of water to us for folks who don't have access to drinking water. And those are available for pickup until 11 p.m. tonight and starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. We do have a limited stock of 1 case of water per household. So if you know anybody or yourself are in Texas Township, definitely come on down and get water if you need it. But I get to go back to work after this and keep going. So I hope everybody has a good night.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Shred.
Thank you, Chair. I think all of us understand the devastating impact that this has on people affected, and county government is going to continue to work to do what we can to support recovery in this community. As individuals, folks, I hope all recognize for themselves that this is not just something that impacts you, financially or logistically or impacts your housing, but this is a traumatic event, and that it's okay to seek support and guidance to help recover when we go through trauma. As we've heard commissioners talking tonight about the collaboration and the teamwork and stuff that happens, it's amazing when you hear us talk through that stuff, and we can all be so proud of when we work together, when we support each other, when we protect each other. That's when we're called to the best of ourselves. And we just got to remember that that's how we have to work to live each day of our lives. We come together in tragedy, and we can live so divided sometimes and so separate sometimes. And we show in the face of adversity, it's so easy to overcome that by just reaching out and looking at each other and seeing our humanity and being there for one another. And that's what we're continuing to work here to do in Kalamazoo County. I know this community will continue to do that. We're so thankful everyone is safe and alive, and we'll recover together, and we'll keep to the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Sentiments to our county, and special thanks to our administrator for being so responsive, and to all of our emergency officials for showing up last night, staying up late. I did hear our county undersheriff say he was up late. He's on a few hours of sleep. So appreciate everyone who put that effort into, and as they mentioned, hopefully, well, not hopefully, we will have some talks with our administrator to see how we can better support our community during this time. To be houseless because you just lost everything in that spare moment due to a natural disaster is devastating. So we know what to do when it comes to someone being houseless, and I don't think this will change that. So I look forward to continuing to do the work. Congratulations to Ms. Gwendolyn Hooker and all the things she's doing in our community, Director Balkema with our millage. And I look forward to seeing us continue to do the work. Have a good night.
Commissioner Gissler.
You caught me off guard. I have just a couple of things, excuse me, besides the Pavilion Estates desire to get into the line for the proper line for funding to fend off the costs that they're incurring now. The drivers today, John, you said this brings out the best in people. Well, I made an error in deciding to go out on what I thought was going to be a 35-minute trip locally, but it took me through Portage. I live down sort of toward Vicksburg. And at all the stoplights that were not functional, it was obviously a 4-way stop. And sometimes the line was huge. I've never seen Kalamazoo driver is so polite. Nobody was trying to sneak through two at a time. The people that, there was not even a lot of false starting, somebody said, well, who's going now? It was just, be my guest, we're all kind of in this together, so let's not get silly about it. And I took particular note of it. I thought, doggone, that's really refreshing to see that, because I think we can all get so caught up in our own day-to-day affairs that we sometimes aren't the most polite drivers on the road, and this was exceptional to me. I'd also like to point out that, excuse me, next Monday, the 13th, at the KCRG meeting at Michelle's at 8:30, we're going to find out from people that really know what's happening to restart the Palisades nuclear plant. They are the same people that spoke 18 months ago to us and talked about how you go about winding down and closing up the Palisades plant. Now it looks like the stone has turned, so to speak, and anybody's welcome to sit in on that session. It's at Michelle's on Romance Road at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll have two people that really know their stuff be able to enlighten us of what it takes to restart a nuclear power plant. And you're right. Thank you.
Well, I know every meeting Commissioner Hepler brings up thanking the first responders, but after last night, I just personally want to thank all the police, fire, EMS. You cannot believe the countless number of hours they put in last night. And also, as Commissioner Hepler stated, the people you don't think about that were out there, Metro Transit, county roads, all the way up to our own administration. It was just a tremendous effort, hours and hours of man work and woman work put in. And I just want to thank everybody who was out there last night. So thank you.
Administrator.
Absolutely, Chair. So I wanted to respond to your question. So the Kalamazoo Community Foundation actually shared a post with all of the information regarding the Community Urgent Relief Fund and the Disaster Relief Fund. So the Kalamazoo Community Foundation is organizing a Community Urgent Relief Fund. Not a whole lot of information is on that site. It's actually kind of set up for folks to donate to it. The Disaster Relief Fund, per the United Way website, is for, it supports response recovery in instances of natural disaster and community crisis that affect individuals and families below the ALICE threshold in the region. So there's a stipulation there. That site is also set up in a way right now, it appears, for folks to contribute to it. We would direct folks to 211. There's also a disaster self-reporting tool that will be able to sort of obviously collate a lot of that information to assist in response and crews to send folks to. So and assess the damage and assign those workers to clear the debris and begin the recovery efforts. So we would definitely say at this point, I would encourage constituents to contact 211 and then also visit that self-reporting, that damage self-reporting tool to report the damage so that crews can start being sent that way. So that's the information I have at this time, but it's on our Facebook page. All the links are there. And hopefully, as I continue to have discussions with the board, we can see how we can help out as well.
Thank you, Administrator. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Well, can we also be looking a little bit towards how we can help some of our businesses? Because we had a lot of devastation in businesses. Most of it's directed towards individuals or families, which is important, don't get me wrong. But businesses are run by families and individuals, and sometimes we kind of overlook them and can't give them the support that they may need too. I mean, we help some of the bigger ones, but sometimes we don't always help the small mom and pop shops, the pizza places and the restaurants. So if we could kind of keep that in mind too. I have been through a few of these. Sometimes I feel like we overlook those, and our small businesses are some 80% of our businesses in the country. They aren't all General Motors or Ford or something, so or those, but I know those sometimes will step up and help, but something to keep in mind, but thank you. Thank all of you. Thank our administration and everybody.
Absolutely. We will take that into consideration. No problem.
And just really quick, it would be a bad night tonight if I didn't thank both the clerk and our deputy clerk here that were running elections with a flashlight last night. Appreciate it. The power went out. They were continued to operate. So thank you to those guys as well.
Yes, thank you so much. Any last words? Commissioners? All right, if all hearts and minds are satisfied, we're adjourned.